says I'm live, right? Oh, I'm live. We're live. It's working. I'm so proud of myself. Okay, this is our very first time that we're streaming, and I hope that the volume is right. If it's not, please tell me in the chat. If it is weird, please tell me in the chat. Awkward, please tell me in the chat. We're gonna run the stream in a cool, fun way. So, TikTok Live is going to stream, and so if you're on my TikTok Live, you automatically are gonna see everything. But if you have access to YouTube, you can also see the stream, and we'll run the YouTube or the TikTok video live through YouTube, so you'll be able to get a little bit more of an interesting and complex view of everything that I'm doing. And I have multiple cameras set up. There's a little webcam so you can see me mixing colors on YouTube that you can't get right here on TikTok. Whatever you want, you do you. You know, however you're feeling. But everything is going to be recorded and then will be posted to my Patreon site as well. So you'll have access to kind of like all the behind the scenes, all of the live streams that we've done starting now. So today we're going to be painting portrait number 187 into the Garden of a Thousand Faces. And these are our three options, so you get to pick. You get to help me select. You're going to pick. Here's the 1, 2, 3. So just tell me in the chat 1, 2, or 3 and let me know who we should do the painting of today. And if somebody isn't painted, then their photo just goes into the pool to be put on another. And not everybody will be painted who submitted their images, because I'm doing just 1,000 photo submissions. But we just want to keep in mind the fact that not everybody who submitted their photo submitted a photo that works, you know, because I have to paint something and I will end up selling these paintings, right? Because I'm not asking for money from you. That's not what we're here for. Hi, Trinity. You love the third one? So the third one in our case would be our yellow portrait. And so each of these people has submitted themselves for this project. And is the volume okay? Please let me know if we have issues with volume. I have a little microphone here and I have settings I can fix in case things are not quite right. But your boyfriend said number 1. My boyfriend said 1 you'd have the most fun with, but he likes number 3. Okay, so we have 1, we have 3, and a 3. So right now, people dying. And the Garden of a Thousand Faces is all about consent. I was a middle school teacher for a few years, and during that time period, I saw a lot of things. And some of the things that were happening were just like miscommunication, of empathy, and not listening, having needs that aren't met, and not knowing how to express them to another human being. Yay! Okay, perfect. We're good. And if you ever have any issues with our technology, please just let me know right away in the chat so that I can make it work. YouTube is a little bit quiet. Okay. We can change that. I think it should be better. How's that? A bit more volume for you? And if we need to do it differently, I'll figure out a different setting. But yeah, so when I was a teacher, I just saw a lot of things that were concerning. And like, how do you teach empathy? You know, that's something that is really difficult, and a lot of us need at any age and every developmental stage. And additionally, I really like painting. I found through hanging out with people on lives on TikTok and just doing it, you know. And what better way to, you know, transition from a world of education to a world of art by using that kind of process to invite people in and have really profound conversations. about who we are as people. How do we look? How do we accept each other? How do we welcome each other's differences and similarities? Because each person, regardless of what background we come from, we still have very uh, a lot of things in. We have a lot of things that we can talk about together and share shared experience, that type of thing. And so, uh, another thing, as a woman, I've experienced a lot of times in life where consent wasn't an option, or it wasn't put as like forefront of thought in a conversation or a situation, and that led to very unsafe situations happen. So I would like very much to help people remember and recognize that we have power. Each of us has power, and whether or not we consent to things is important. And inviting people into the conversations of consent, and in this case, is a very simple question, right? Can I paint you? And it's just that. I've had so many conversations with people also. Some people don't want to be painted. Some people aren't ready to be seen. Some people don't want to see themselves. Some people don't have any pictures that are unfiltered. I only accept photos that are unfiltered. So each of these photos that you see, there's no filter involved, right? Like the one in yellow, there may have been some leaves and some bricks of the camera that could be used, but it isn't digitally altered to give them a certain look. Everyone's beautiful in their own regard, in their own way. And so the Garden of a Thousand Faces is one way to highlight that. There's so many different levels. I'm so excited to work on this project to paint with you. So if you're just joining us, please let me know. One, two, or three, who should we paint today? One, two, or three, we're gonna paint somebody. And each of these people is a real person on the planet with real feelings and a life and deep thoughts, intricacies. So all of them are valid. We are just giving one person a little bit more of our time today. And I hope that maybe one day I can give you a little bit of our well and give you a little bit of attention. So let me know. We paint number one, number two, or all up to you. All different. If you haven't submitted your photo yet, have your own little shoot. Now, I ask that you do not submit professional photos, simply because you don't own the right copyright to that image. So make sure if you submit your own photo, you're the one taking it, or like a friend, and like we're gonna get started moment here. I think we're gonna end up today. Sounds like so far, get a couple people select. So I'm gonna send a message out to that person so that they know that we're painting them. I love it that you can watch yourself being painted if you want to, if you need to. And so this is a project that we work on together. It's not just like I've never done a painting for the Garden of a Thousand Faces without being, and we've done 180. So this is portrait 187, and we're going to remove these images, screen, and get us set up so that color. Boom and boom. Look at that. We're here. All right. So what we have here on our screen now, you can see, like, so if you guys hopped over to YouTube at any time, you can see all of this stuff. And then this will end up being a little tiny camera that'll be on our like mixing like that. And as I'm continuing to do this, we'll get better and we'll learn like if we need to get different technologies or, stuff like that. But whatever we have to do to enhance of these videos. I'm really quick going to make it a we're gonna do an oil painting today, and I'm going to really quick make a post so people know. Then we'll get started with the paint. And each of these paintings takes anywhere between 3 hours and 15 hours, you know? So if you want, you can always pop in and pop out, come say hi, check it out, see how we're doing. I'm never offended. Even come. Think as we go, we'll get more, with it. Yeah, they're cohesive, ready. And we always film a little video as well, so I'm just gonna make our like starting two. I love that everyone can. So just so you know, everyone can see your comments. So if you say something, they'll know. Just remember, always with the internet and everyday life, kindness counts. And I think curiosity is important. So if you have questions, you're curious about something, you're working on an art project and you want to know something, like just ask questions and I'll be here. I'll be responding as much as I can. And yeah, we'll just have a lot of fun painting. Okay. And this is it's a little awkward, but we're gonna get through it. How do we start it? Oh, can I paint in the garden of it? Oh shoot. Okay, we'll get through it. Can I paint you? Paint in the garden of it. Perfect, beautiful, bellissimo. I'm just gonna save that in case I make a mistake and delete everything, which happens. This is just a little 8 by 10 can. And I'm going to put a bigger version of the image up so that another thing I'm working on, and I've been working, but is collaborating with different artists so that we can have consent from them and their like record labels or whatever, so that we get the copyrights to play music while we're here, we're doing it. I'm just gonna pull that image up and send it to my iPad so that we have an extra device with. Look at that. Look. Now I have the image that we're going to be painting. And look at her joy. Absolutely gold. Yellow is glowing, but I think like her vibrant. Let me make sure that we message her and tell her, hey, we're live right now painting you. Come hang out. Just in case. I reached out to a couple of people, and maybe this is something that you can like help me brainstorm through, but there's so many people who don't submit their image for whatever reason. And I don't know why, but they should. And then I end up like people who follow me on like Instagram or TikTok, sometimes I'll message and be like, "Hey, do you want to do it?" So this is Latasha. Okay. And I'm really grateful that we're able to do this project, continue to work on it. It's not something that I take lightly in any type of way. It's like a high, definitely. We are doing oil painting. I don't have all of the colors out. You see, we have just like here right now. But we're going to get some more onto our can here. We'll get through. And so we've gotten consent from everyone who wanted to be a part of the project. Each of the images that you see throughout is just another who, just like you, and saw this project and was like, hey, it's cool, let's be a part of it. I just opened it up. We have our Gamsol. Our, I've used it. I'm very new to oil painting, so you might hear me like being mean to myself, and that's fine. We'll get through it. Uh, when you like start something new, like a new medium or a new, you get a little uncomfortable to get out. We're gonna try not to do that as much as possible. Do that to yourself either, but it happens. Well, realistic. Here are paintbrushes, and oil paintbrushes are a little bit coarser, a little bit more to them than thicker watercolor brush. And I like to use a thicker brush as well, so we're gonna start out with a 8. And we also have a little piece of paper by me, take notes in case I notice anything about my process doing or who we're painting that we want to just like record. So if I write something down, little thing. Prop up my iPad over here. All we'll get there. Words are okay. One thing I noticed about oil paint is it is a lot heavier, like a lot heavier, significantly heavier than acrylic paint or watercolor paint. This solvent free to kind of make our paint smoother. I don't need to get rid of everything that is on here. You store your paint palette, paint kind of in. Let me pull just a couple little colors out. Of course, we're gonna need a yellow. I have 3 or 4 different yellows in this. And a lot of these paints came from one of my clients who wanted to help me. And so she gifted me. Thank you so much, Kelly, in case you're watching. I really appreciate starting out with experience. We have a few different colors here. Cadmium, cadmium yellow, medium. This is like a very bright yellow. Then we have yellow ochre. This is the yellow light. Is missing the cadmium, and cadmium is the very top. Heavy metal. So thinking about what we're using, it's also like holding these tubes. Do you have any idea which tube is like heavier? I have about the same exact amount of pigment in them. Using them barely each. They weigh significantly different amounts. Feels so much light. I'm just going to use the cadmium lemon today. I often like to tone my canvas, but I'm not really sure how to do that with the medium I'm using, which was paint. I'm going to also put some of our on our no two yellows. Then let's see. I have so many different colors here. We can always like make our own thing, but a little bit of our oh. Right now we're just prepping our I don't really actually paint with brown, but because I have the tubes of the umber. Did you know that sienna, brown sienna, and brown umber are named after the locations where the pigment was mined originally? So Umbria is raw umber. pigment. And then I wanna, and I have a lot of oranges in, but it doesn't take very much fill. Versus like painting with acrylic, you're gonna have more pigment each time that you're this barely any. Um, good for now. Different color. Sienna already on. Also had this of paper towel out because with oil painting, it's a mess. It's gonna get a little everywhere. And I like to wipe my brush off so it's not too saturated with salt. Technically, it's a B here because minerals. Oil paint there, and same thing. And if we don't like anything, I don't have a lot of experience using a lot of YouTube to YouTube. You have so many great, fascinating ideas. Why would you not? Would you not? You want to know more? I don't have all of the sound on YouTube cut out. You know, it shouldn't. It does, but it's still there. You're my. I can move my. Maybe that would. Ta-da! I have one of those Yeti professional mics. Does it work? Now. Hear me now. Feel free. Quick. And I started, which is not an official school like you can see. It's like a drop-in learning community. They're just got kind of like a billowy top on. I'm not sure if it's a and did one long post, 3 hours of a model, and they take breaks. Such a good, and if you're you like to naked, nude. Nude is darkness. Being a reconditioned human form. Really should understand move pieces of posted one of and it got pretty good like positive feedback. I'm really hopeful that of the no without asking. We just had we just Anybody also cool with sharing themselves? Not for everybody. Really love. You can find in if you're in the Wisconsin, that would really great. Bill Moan. He's I almost said ring. He is the founder. Really amazing. It's a really comfortable. I like brushing hard. Even I don't really tell me what your live stream make you feel, right? Like probably weird. We've just been snacking in that back. Same time you want to cut it. Go see. Doesn't have some neck. I'm gonna go. And I'm also already starting to notice neck. I'm just gonna like move my chair. I have my feet up. Ergonomics is super important with any career, but especially if you have a creative career where you're pleased. Every so now at this point, I'm in the painting stuff and push stuff. But luckily with oil painting, very forgiving. I'm gonna introduce a little maybe you can't do it in one session. Maybe you, I'm gonna have to talk. We just, we might be. Well, thing about nobody expect. So you ever see one eye? For some reason, we all. But if I ever going there, I go in something that I'm thinking about things this year with our. I'm really looking forward. I may not be the most. Well, readings. currently. Mm, I'm really okay with hug them, give them their give them space so they can make probably like Burgess. Well design. Me at you. Thanks, Kale. And I have this um I like how three different colors. Green, purple, yellow oak, and cat. This year we're gonna do a lot bunch of art. Because imagine recognizing that might make getting out more mail, checking and building community local. Madison, live in Wisconsin. Community and the working and Needing to explain why. And I think we can do support people. People tend to just want to do as well. It's not any type of way, but ends up a lot easier when they championing and having those really balance between work and friendship. So I want to be very methodical. And I've already met with a couple of artists, painting, hanging out. This area is gonna not yet. You're not yet excited. And a lot of and I really oil painting is a much slower. Really different. Hi. Started the live around probably the way that or like and we'll come back in. We're gonna have to build our value. Do I know what I'm doing? No. I feel like that's, you know, the feeling you don't know how he tells you might be a much more interesting approach than and I'm thinking, I'm kind of questioning, and maybe you have a better idea. So far, I haven't. Three. And the other question, yeah, kid, like 3 to 15 hour one, 2 foot. How start you have this? I'm currently teaching one thing like, you can do is thinking about your solvents yourself. So waterless or feel like you master and then that stuff all year. You have cheap oil paints, and we'll just start. You're just you to be excited. I shape. I have clear for a long time. I was a uh, either use like something that you willy rag or smoking in the studio. You can capture and type. You really don't play. You haven't even learned how to, but it does. You don't need to draw with it or learn how to brush. So just doing it. Fire? Yeah. Good sponge. Had a spontaneous combustion. You could just a possibility, but it's yeah. Have you ever heard of oil fires? Cooking fires? Very possible. Oil is has to do with process of when drying out, so they're not something you hear. Universe don't necessarily have that. I know some people are gonna paint your pigments. I got this. It's got that. I'm very who I am. I just saw a movie. Paintings. And might have a different medium. Just starting out any new media. Probably not gonna look how you envision. That's okay. It's better to create something and out that you have a different style. Something I was struggling with the fifth was I was watching every day that I went by where I was and stuff paying really ask. You're alive. Really awesome. Take the feeling to do something. But also, I've been focusing. I think it's chips. That's not my mom and I gonna push me to paint the Garden of a Thousand. Already gotten photos and than me down much less. Really excited to get in. Cheek area is important. Is really you want to. Cool thing about oil, you like put it down. That yellow that we put down earlier, some of it is dry, like the very thinnest. With oil paints, chemical. Well, that's why it, right? I saw a video of someone tried to speed up the process of, by putting her sometimes like he. But I'd assume if you or anything in Wisconsin summertime. I feel like it also George, you want to come in? Want to come here? Here now. It also has a little collagen that I got it today at Bad Dog Freedom. I'm gonna show the people. Is with his collagen. Trying it. There was a little herring, fried herring in the bag, and he wanted his favorite. Oh, okay, we're so far on this painting already. Like, I feel it. It's coming along. Oh, Giorgio Kale loves you. Thank you. I feel like this area, it's gonna get. There is that. It's kind of like a green yellow. Not a red, it's very cool. How do I show? I want to show easy and I'm gonna lower the eyes. Getting her getting. I'm gonna use BMD. Did not have it when I Hello, George. Oh, yes, you're a good boy. You're so. Oh, you're farting. Mm. Hey, y'all. Leave him on my lap and to sleep. We move her too far. We're gonna like bring that. You just see. I'm gonna show you how easy it is. We'll get better at. Would you? Sweet. I have not yet washed my brush at all. Let's do move her hair. You use this. Get it. Everything. You have to like, wiggle it around your brush. Yes. Two buckets of this stuff, of the Gamsol, or I just and then or you could do the whole canvas. Your I should probably order it size. And the colors we're gonna use are we don't want it to be Everything can. And then I think she. Oh, you know what? The Yeti might be just okay for filter change a little bit. Or I could just. That's like. So I've just a little. Yeah. This isn't painting medium, so harsh smell. And it just helps the paint. I live in a palette vehicle. Giorgio is kind of like heaven. Oh, what I'm doing. Purple. Everyone is some type of shade of like purple, orange, and blue. Notice. And the fourth. Pretty confident. Everyone with this. Fixing. Ryan, thanks for hanging out with me. Is a like the meant that oh is so with joy. Wants to be a whatever. everyone who helped own. I like I like to have some. Is that better? I think you can probably hear me better with the mic and the Yeti. Let me know because I think it. I don't hear myself. It might cut out a little bit otherwise. But if there's ever any issues, please let me know in the chat so we can fix them. It's very new to me to be like streaming and on multiple platforms. All right, I think we're doing it. We're getting it. Oh, we might need to pull her dress forward a bit. Currently doesn't make sense. This has to be a little bit tighter. And here, let's go in like that. Just do a couple little. Okay. It is one thing, like, I really hope that people find, even if they aren't painted into the project, I hope that they find that they can relate to the people who are and feel connected through the historical features and through the different emotions that they're experiencing or activities that people are doing. And hi, Lil. Can you want to see yourself from an outside perspective? Well, the way that you can join this project is by submitting your own photos. So make sure you follow me on TikTok or Insta or on YouTube, wherever you're at. And I go live frequently and we paint each other, or I paint you guys. And you guys get to help me select who we're going to paint each time. So it's not just, me picking everybody. And so this person was selected today, and who knows, you might see yourself up here one day. You never know. But make sure that you press that little bell icon and get our notifications so you can come and hang out with us again. And really what this is like we're practicing, like I'm not good in any type of regard. I'm just doing my best. And you can come along for this journey with me if you'd like to. I started painting in 2021 in a fit of bipolar depression. I needed to find some type of healing and an outlet for myself to grow through and feel connected to, Earth and people, and I just didn't. And I was miserable to the point where I no longer wanted to exist. And I hope other people, if you do feel that way, you get help. Because I had to find it myself too. But now you guys have found overwhelming support, here. And so I really appreciate that you're not only helping to get yourself painted and stuff, but also like championing for other people to see and be viewed and to be loved and honored in this way, and helping me to improve my mental health way to improve, at least for me, my mental health was by creating community and having each other. Because I know for a fact that multiple people on this planet struggle, with loving themselves and seeing themselves and feeling connected. And so that was a little darker than I anticipated. We'll get into it. And so I really hope that this project can also help guide people to some of those realizations for themselves too. So submit your photo. Do I tag the people? I email the people. I email or DM the people, so you can submit it and it collects. It's a Google form, submission form, and it collects your information that way. And then I just message the person before I start and let them know. So then you'll know, and I tell you what painting number you are. And when I post on like Instagram, I do tag people, but it's weird on other platforms because if I'm not friends with someone and if they're not 18 or older, or if they have a private account, I can't tag them and stuff like that. So I make sure to let everyone know. Ooh, graphite? That sounds really fun. How long have you been doing that, Luna? Lunar circle. That's the one you haven't submitted to yet? Well, submit to it. Franz, you went through 4 therapists? Oh my gosh, that's a lot. You know what that tells me? That tells me that you are on the pathway to finding your true, happy, content inner self, and that you're not going to give up. And I'm really proud of you for going through that. And I know it's not fun trying to find the thing that fits and works for you, but it is so worth it to keep on doing it and finding what will work. Yeah. And at the end of the day, a therapist, what are they going to do? They're going to help you ask and probe questions. They're not judging. That's not their job. But their job is to ask you questions so that you can understand what works best for you and analyze your behaviors and patterns, right? So there's more than just one way to do that. But therapists are kind of nice in that they've seen things. But you're right. I think it's a really important thing to bring up that minorities, especially like BIPOC people, Black, Indigenous, peoples of color, minorities especially, don't get representation in the medical field in any way, that is as accessible, realistic, and honest in reporting historically as people who are of Caucasian descent. So it is hard, it's a challenge, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible to find a fit for yourself, and it doesn't mean that you don't deserve to have health, It just means that we maybe sometimes have to find different avenues through which to connect. So, it's just something we're going to have to figure out. And we're constantly always figuring out who we are, how do we want to live in the world, and what shapes us, right? It's compounded when you have mental health crises, but everyone else's. It sounds like you're really good at listening. You do your friends' cakes? Oh, why do you think you haven't been doing as much art in the past couple years? Have you just been really busy? I'm not gonna lie, it takes a lot of, I feel like there's like action potential energy or whatever. Like it takes a lot to get to the point where you're ready and prepared to think or to stop thinking, whatever you want to call your creative process. even with the Garden of a Thousand Faces, like I had to take a break. I had to take a big break in order to feel confident in the things that I'm doing. Your mental health, that's fair. And work takes up a lot of time. Do you think that creating art helps you to self regulate? Oh, that's interesting. That's a lot to unpack, friends. Ooh, art journaling. I hope that you do start that practice. And remember, like, you're not a failure if you do it one day and don't do it the next. It's totally cool. It's a process. And you should be very much proud of yourself for even thinking about starting a process of creativity. And it's very understandable, friends, that if you're not feeling comfortable in your own body that and mind, that you would want to have fewer questions about the person you're sitting in front of. That because I'm sure that that would bring on some of your own other thoughts that you need to address at another time. But there'll be somebody who is a good fit for you. Maybe not immediately. You hear Giorgio? He's demanding cookies. He was just taken. My mom just took him out, it sounds like. And then he comes inside and he demands cookies just like that every time until he gets the one that he wants. He's very picky. Oh, do you think that? Could it also be that a lot of the people who are like men in that field might already be booked solid, perhaps? Okay. The face is such a delicate space to work in, and it's a very small one that we're using here. I'm going to just like go like this. Put a little bit more of that yellow back in. Something that I am working on, and with the guidance of a local artist, Phil Salamone. Is it Salamone or Salamone? It's an Italian name. I think it's Salamone. I don't often hear people say their own names out loud. Oh, George. But we were talking about soft edges and creating more spaces that are not harsh. Like you see how this is a very harsh line right there. And so I would put another color down. And here I'm actually going to drag and pull it out because we want a different shape now do you see how it's a soft line? All I did was add a little bit of another color as a like transition between the edge of the shirt and her chest. But I think I wanted her shirt to come up to here, is why I put that line there. So we're going to pull it in a little bit more and define it. Well, I trust that you know what you need, and it sounds like you have at least a very strong inner core of health that leads you to know that you like what your boundaries are. That's what. So keep keep on doing the things you're doing and introduce different challenges to yourself as you feel fit to do it. Life is not a race. Definitely not. There we go. Do you see her kind of like coming and emerging from the canvas now? We want to make sure that we give her, we're going to like, oh, I forgot oil paint, you can't touch it. Okay, hold on. We fix. It's okay, it's okay. Okay. I'm going to come in with some highlights and really like pull her cheeks. And so far I haven't really used a lot of white at all. We used a little bit and I didn't like how it looked. So we'll just keep on going. I need to get some paint on my brush because that was rough. You see how it's like all pulling and making like pools? It's because I had too much. I had a little bit of the solvent on my brush. But we're still really thin in our paint. It's not like finalized at all. probably gonna end up doing this weekend and maybe tonight is watching some more tutorials and getting a little bit more feedback on how to like really do this whole painting with oils thing because it is a challenge. It's like a good challenge. It's a lot of trial and error and doing things that I'm not really used to or comfortable doing yet. Like understanding color theory is huge in oil painting, I'd say, like more so even than it was with acrylics because of how each layer of paint influences the next. And it's just not quite like that with acrylics. Like each layer doesn't necessarily interact, it's not alive. Which then means we need to do a better job of color mixing. The little boy is back. And I'm gonna like raise up her chin a bit. Oh, excuse me. And I don't usually walk away from paintings. I usually get them all done at one time. But this one I may end up having to take a break from and come back to just to let this like base layer set a little bit. I see some of like my first marks are getting to a point where they might sit into the canvas and not come off. I don't know. It's a very foreign medium to me, so we're really exploring what it means here. And if anyone is like an expert or even, you just dabble in oil paintings, let me know. We gotta figure it out. What you would do. Because based on this, we may end up deciding that oil paint is not a good medium for the Garden of a Thousand Faces. I'm already minorly concerned about the fact that it takes so long to dry. It's just something you gotta deal with oils. But I don't know. And the other cool thing is like you can get really thick with oils. Like you can glob it on. Oh, you heard Giorgio? You can glob it on and make some really cool textural decisions on on a piece, but you can't do that with and they'll hold. You can't do that with acrylics. You can't do it with gouache. If you try to do it with gouache paint, it'll crack if you lay it on too thick. Let's get this other eye in there. Two little brush strokes, and we were able to give her much more of an emotion. Okay. I think the angle of her chin is off. Okay. It's coming along. This is a three. This is we're about 3 hours in. Maybe more like 2.5 hours, but close here. Okay. Okay, then we'll go back here. Yeah, if you guys ever see any awesome artists out there, either dead or alive, please send them my way. I would love to study and learn more about all different kinds of artists. They don't have to be like European or American. Anybody out there who's doing cool stuff and you admire, I would love to see their work. Oh, I love him. You have two of his pieces? What? What pieces are they? Are they originals or like did you get prints of stuff? I've been following him for a while. I follow him and Slew. I know they're like real life buddies. But he lives just over in Michigan. He's just Oh my gosh, I want to see which ones you picked out. You know what this her hat in this painting really reminds me of the paintings of and depictions of like saints where they have this like halo glowing around their heads. Definitely giving me like ethereal kind of vibes here. Ooh, there's one. That's really cool. It, oh, that's so cool. Like the Alice in Wonderland. Oh, and is the YouTube volume better? I changed the settings, so now I see more green on my volume thing. So, let me know. Okay, we're here. We're doing it. Palette. Let's see. Yeah, I have such a learning curve with oils. Like, I'm not mad at it, but I just know it's gonna get a lot better. And that, even though, like, this really does resemble resemble her. Like it really looks like our model, but it's very much not the style I want to achieve. I don't want it to look like a picture, but I don't want it to look, I don't know, like you have to squint at it so hard to get the colors to form and the shapes to come together for you. But it's a very good place to start, I would say. And I am not discouraged in any way, but I am curious. I'm curious how I can improve and what things I need to do in order to really like bring it home and make it look more believable. I think that's the term I need, like more believable as a piece. And there's some, like stylistic and technical things I want to do with it and develop. Okay, let's do just a little bit more. Scrubbies. Okay. I sit in some of the weirdest positions when I paint. I don't know why. It's just the way my brain works, I guess. I'm comfy. So if you ever go on like the live stream on YouTube, you'll see all the weird positions. Yay. Okay, let's see. so that her face really like glows. So I'm gonna just put a little bit of our solvent-free gel in with a bit of our ochre. And then I'm gonna just start mixing a little bit of that yellow, the lemon cad in, and pulling it into this region. I guess I could just start laying it thicker. And to do that, you just don't use any medium. So we'll just put a little more ochre in here and see how we like it. But I kind of like how melty everything looks when there isn't a thick layer, you know? It's just kind of a little translucent and very brushy. And something we could do is just like differentiating our brush strokes here, you know, to break up some of that monotony of like all the same strokes. It can be whatever we want, it doesn't have to be all one direction. We're going to pull just a little bit of that umber. And something I may need to invest in sooner than later, since we're starting this oil painting, is a marl stick. A maul stick, that's what called maul stick. Some professional artists are probably watching this cringing, like all these terminology pieces. I didn't go to school for this. This is our school. We're figuring it out, okay? But yeah, because with acrylic paint, you can put your hand down. It's not a big deal. Everything dries within a couple of minutes, you know? But this, no. probably use like a fluffier brush to smooth out some of that texture. But before we do all that, let's just add a little bit more depth here and there. Okay. So now her forehead looks really red. We need to really fix that. Do you see what I'm saying? Hi, Wollongru. I'm really quiet. I am really quiet. I'm not really doing much talking right now. We were talking a bunch earlier. You missed it. And if my mic isn't picking up any volume, please let me know. I can fix it too. We're on a learning curve. Hello. Are you making art right now too? I'm louder now? Okay, good. I just wasn't making any noise before at all. I got really stuck in the creative zone. And I know her, like, none of the proportions, it seems, are quite perfect, which is fine. You know, we don't. Wait, it cuts out after the first word or so, which is odd, but yeah, working on a stamp right now. Oh no, I need to figure out what the correct adjustments are so that it's not doing that. But I do know, like, if I don't put any edits on our volume, then, or no filters, then it will also be weird. Like, you'll hear the noises from the computer, if that makes sense. Let me see. It's a learning curve. We'll get there. And if anyone has any suggestions on how to filter it correctly, let me know. I think it's a noise gate. Might have to change. Let me Google it.
These audio. Perfect starting point. We can now go to the filters because this is really exciting. All of these filters will make this mic sound amazing. And the first filter you can add is a gain filter. And so there will be people that did set their microphone to 100% and that are still not at the end of the yellow here. In that case, you can add a gain filter here in OBS and then you can just add gain right here artificially. However, it's better to do it in the audio settings. Now for everyone, the order of all these filters is extremely important and the first thing you need to add is noise suppression. A lot of people first add all the effects and then noise suppression. But what you're doing then is amplifying all the noise that's within the audio and then afterwards trying to remove it. However, you should remove the noise first and then use the clean voice audio to add all the effects. You click on OK and there are a bunch of options. That is if you have an NVIDIA graphics card. If you don't, you will need to use one of these two options. All of these work the same. You click on it and then you just choose the suppression level. The harder you suppress the noise, the more it will affect your voice. You should play around with which one sounds.
Okay, we're gonna just have to play. Sounds like we're gonna have to play. I already have a bunch of these things on my I did a lot of research a while ago, but it's been a while. think it might be the noise gate. That's what we're talking about. Okay, tell me, does it still do it? Is it still being weird? Otherwise, it might be a different setting. I'll just have to kind of play around with it. But it's fun to be able to talk to each other and hear each other clearly, so I hope it doesn't cut out what words we're saying. Oh, it's better now? Then it was probably just the noise gate. I need to play with what that does. Okay. I think it's pretty, I mean, it's a good start of a painting, but we're lacking a lot of things. While attempting to paint bright, we have to paint dark, and we are not doing that. And I think that's the thing that's missing here is more depth. Like under the chin area needs to be darker, and like above her, the left eye, like this eye over here needs to be a bit darker too, to push and pull some of the angles that we have going on. Hi, friends. Yeah, they need to get paid to do that. If you're gonna try it. Have you, what about with your art? Do you ever feel like you found a way to express yourself through that? Ooh. I'm gonna need to make a coffee pretty soon. We've been painting for so long. I'm just adding a little bit of purple. There we go. I'm really unsatisfied. I feel so like a fish out of water with oil painting. It's not my comfort zone. I definitely am so comfortable with like acrylic and gouache. So I'm not gonna fuss too much about it today. We're gonna get better. Every time I look at it, there's like another thing to do. There's something else that I want to improve or to tweak and add and change and manipulate just a little bit. And something interesting is like you would think that white paint looks white, but it actually looks gray or like kind of dingy because the canvas that we were working with wasn't toned. Mm. So when we do put her teeth in, they're not going to be as vibrant as the ones in the picture. I'm afraid. Because in the image that we're using, the teeth are very, very bright. So everything else needs to go darker, is essentially what needs to happen. Okay, I need to make myself a cup of coffee, and it is 9 p.m. So I'm probably not going to bed tonight. That's fun. It's fine. We'll figure it out. And I also, in her painting, want to pull like that. Okay, I'm gonna go make a coffee. We're gonna come back. Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm making a coffee. We'll be right back. So this part should get edited out, I guess. Hi, Sarah Rose. Have you been creative today? And still, there's so much to do. There's a lot to do. So I need a coffee so we can get it done. I'm gonna go make my coffee really quick. I'll be right back. And we'll continue painting and working through this piece. I'm confident that we're gonna figure it out. Okay. I'm just gonna mute my volume just because I'll be right back. We're back. Okay, and it's time to do a little more art. I could not resist. I also made myself it looks gross, but it's a chicken salad sandwich. It's so good. So, Giorgio has come because he loves to beg for food. Naughty boy. All right, let's do a little critique really quick of this piece so far before we move forward because like it's easy to just keep on painting, but what are we painting? Why are we painting? What are the things that are working? What are the things that we're struggling with or working on? And one thing I like my mark making, but I really want to learn how oil painters make smooth sections. How do they do it? It's magical. I don't understand it. I need to do it. Essentially, you just to get better at something, what do? We just do it a whole bunch of times in a bunch of different ways. Watch people who do it really well that we admire, all these things. So, oil painting is something really hard. I'm gonna watch more of Floyd Strickland. I'm gonna ask him. He's an amazing African American artist from the United States who I admire greatly, and his work is like chef's kiss. He does a lot of portraits of. Let me see if I can just like pull him up really quick to show you. Where's my? Oh, we're using it. I'm gonna pull him up because I think it's important to give recognition to artists, especially artists who haven't traditionally had recognition in these art spaces. Oh, I love Floyd Strickland. His portraits are so beautiful, mostly of like his children. And here's his Instagram page. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. Let me see. It'll pop up in a second. Don't talk about how dirty my screen is. Oh my god, look. Look at how beautiful. The depth, the detail, the accuracy, the proportions, the color range, the clarity of the skin tones. Like, just, that's him in the middle, the artist. But look at how beautiful and rich all of these pieces are. I really want to just, like, get inside of his brain, crawl in, and, that's me. I'm all about that. But, like, look at the detail and how clear and clean everything is. I'm not sure how to do that yet. We'll figure it out. We'll get into it. So Floyd is one person who I follow him and I will always follow him. He's one of my favorite artists. He follows me back. Ooh, we're friends. That feels good. But yeah, I'm obsessed with him. Okay? Just letting you know. I have a few other people who I am like obsessed with, okay? And he's one. So, if you need to know who that Floyd Strickland, I will, I will hop on a plane to go see his artwork one day. I really want to own a piece of his. That would be a goal, but I don't know if that's within the current, it's not within the current budget, but the future budget. Love. I can't stop telling you how much I love his work. I think I found, did I find him on TikTok? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Tevin hopped in here for a second. I don't know if he's here right now, but he doesn't do oil painting. He does the most beautiful colored pencil artwork. Look at that. And that's a picture of him too. But immaculate. Immaculate attention to detail and absolute dedication. Like, look at that. So, there's a few people who I'm just obsessed with and will always be. But yeah, I need to learn more of like the oil painting techniques to make things smooth. That would be ideal. And I wonder if that's because they're using like a makeup brush, like a fluffy makeup brush, you know what I mean? And oil, it's very fair to say that oil painting is intimidating because we're told that oil painting is put on a pedestal. Okay? First of all, it's put on a pedestal. I'm gonna take a bite. And it's told to us that it's something to be amazed. But I mean, anything someone else can do, you can do. You can do it. You can. Almost anything else, you know? Okay. I'm just curious how to make such a smooth surface. I might have to DM him and ask him to send me like a tutorial video or something. I'll pay him. I want to know. So I want to make that smooth. That would actually really lend itself well to gold leaf if we decided to do that. And I want to also start thinking more critically about how I'm making brushstrokes. So is it telling the story and adding to the value of of the tale that we're getting? I'm really enjoying these background pieces, but it's very disjointed. Talking while eating, whatever. Megan, let me find her. Megan, she's young and very surface. Megan Surface, this is her Instagram page from New Jersey. She is another person who I freak out about their art. Like oil painting. Sickening. Sickening. Her ability to capture light is freakish. Like, I love it. I'm obsessed. I hope you all know that freakish is like a good thing to me. Not to everyone, but to me. Like, look at this. It's her cat. I'm incredibly in awe. She went to art school, you know, but she's naturally a gifted person as well, obviously. So I'm gonna learn. We're gonna figure this out. And if this just so happens to be like painting number 1 and these are the issues we're facing, imagine after I've connected with different people and watched enough YouTube videos to pretend like I went to art school, what will happen? That's all I'm saying. We envision it. We see it. It's there. It's coming. I'm ready. I'm here for it. So we're learning. And I think, to be honest, I think that the skills are great, but the journey of reaching the things you want, that journey, that fight, that struggle, that lesson, it's everything. Being able to connect to people and talk to them about the things that they're really good at because you admire them for them. It's not that you want them. You don't want their skill, right? Like, I don't want your skill. I want my own. But I want your knowledge and I want your essence and it's not energy leeching. It's more so like I'm in awe and I want to emulate some of that and bring my own energy with it. That's honestly, like, that's my favorite part of art. It's my favorite part of art. We can connect over it. We can talk to each other. We can explain things and get into the nitty-gritty of why we do this or how we do that, or, punch this up to do that and why it is. Like, that's the stuff that I'm here for. And so the unique and very much cherished relationships that we build as human beings, because we empower each other and we protect each other and we protect this knowledge and share it with one another through love and kindness, and it's something that you can't, I don't find it, at least anywhere else. I just don't. So I'm passionate as I eat. I'm passionate about how learning almost forces or naturally leads to relationships. I love it. And that means if you ever have a question, don't hesitate to ask, like me or anyone else. But I also don't believe in competition. I enter into plein air competitions, but it doesn't mean we're competing. We're there to have a good time. I don't believe in competition because no one else can be me, and I can't be you, and I can't take and remake, and I would never put the energy of my life into being someone else. And I think that by doing that and having that kind of a mindset, uh, you can grow to such enormous leaps and bounds in your own abilities and your own love and respect for yourself and others because of it. I'm so excited about this journey that we're on and that we're able to do together. Like, I'm happy. I'm here for it. It's not without challenges. It's not without questions and doubts and things, along the way as well, like a normal human, but it's so inspirational to be able to be excited about each other. It's cool. Okay. Don't make me cry. Okay. But this past week, I don't care if it's rude to talk with my mouth open. We got so much time on this planet. We're gonna do it all. This past week I had conversations with a couple of different really wonderful artists who I greatly admire. And I'm just getting to know. And both of them use the same phrase about me to describe me, and it made me feel so good. And the word was genuine. Uplifting, supportive, and genuine. Like authentically. I love it. And I think that really it's my inner core, but also it's my teaching background. And if you ever have met or encountered a teacher, an educator, or a mentor in life who genuinely was excited about your growth, then you know exactly who I am. I'm so excited about the things that you're going to accomplish, and I'm so excited about the things I'm going to accomplish. Like, we're doing stuff. It's cool. Yeah, little thing, just a little bit more about who I am as an artist, since we hang out so much together, and we'll be working on this project for an extended period of time. And I want you to know, even though I'm someone who is so powerfully positive in that way, I am the worst critic of myself. I am so mean to myself so often. It's okay. It happens. And if you ever find yourself being mean to yourself, talking to yourself negatively, downplaying your accomplishments, being aggressive in your own head, about your thoughts and decisions and stuff, just know that it's okay. Know that it's okay. And build some routines in your life that can help you break those patterns, like I've done by creating these art spaces, right? Where it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to learn. It's okay to try things. Not everywhere in your life are you going to feel safe to try things. And that's fine, It is what it is, but I genuinely hope and wish, and I don't care what you look like, okay? You're a unique soul. You are a human being. You are an individual who is a part of a collective, right? That's important, because we're not just random individual people out here floating around doing no. Everything that you do impacts somebody else. Something that someone else does impacts you. We impact one another. It's just how it is. And so I want you to know that your success makes the world a better place. Whatever the thing is that you want to accomplish, right? As long as it's done out of genuine love and curiosity and not done to harm others, that type of thing, not to take away from other people's experiences, I'm all for it. Let's do it. Ask me questions. Let's figure out how to do it bigger, better, whatever, more effectively, more efficiently, more precisely, how whatever it is, let's figure it out together. That's what the Garden of a Thousand Faces is. That's what we're here for. There's no wrong answers. Giorgio's back. And he is hungry. He wants to eat my food. Okay, so we're going to keep on doing this work. I have my cup of coffee. Cheers, everybody. I hope that you have some type of nourishment. I also have my sandwich, which I have eaten. We're learning lessons through this painting. I love all the colors that we've used in her face, like all the different pigments that we've mixed up for this. I love the direction that they're going in, but I don't necessarily love all of the brush strokes that we've taken, you know, so far. So that's something. I think it's good. Like genuinely enjoying some of the I think that the area around her eyes is a little bit too intense and makes her a little like tired looking, you know? So we have to fix up that. And then she needs a little more highlight on that forehead. And additionally, we have to come in and figure out what we're doing with this arm back here. It's totally undeveloped. Arms are cylinders, so we're gonna have to really create that cylindrical shape with the shadowing, you know, and get rid of a little bit. And this might be a painting that we start today and finish tomorrow. It's not normal for me. It isn't. But sometimes walking away from something to allow yourself a breath and a thought is a good choice, you know, quite often actually. But I get intimidated. I think I psych myself out about that. When I walk away from things, I assume like that I've grown so much and I just can't touch it again. That's my mindset. It's hokum, it's whatever. It's not necessary. You know what we might be able to do is use a little bit of I don't wear makeup anymore, but I used to be really into it. I have a bunch of makeup brushes. Maybe a fluffy brush would help us to like get, I don't know, you know, maybe a fluffy makeup brush would help us to really smooth that texture out, because I don't want all of these little nodules of lack of paint in there. I'm gonna DM some artists real quick. You know, that's one of the coolest things, and it is a slight humble brag, maybe, that since starting the Garden of a Thousand Faces, like, you know, I went from 0 to 100 real quick. We had no artistic background beyond like just general interest previously. And then in 2021, a flip was switched and we started painting, you know. And since then, I have had, just because of, you know, genuinely caring about people, I've had the great joy of being able to connect to some of the most talented and magnificent souls who are out there like publishing and pushing their work. And so we'll see. This is a test. Okay, this is an experiment. If we message some of these amazing artists who are out here doing great things, do you think they'll comment back? Will they help us? Oh, that will they? Will people help us? Because, you know, people, we all have the same number of seconds, moments, minutes, hours, whatever in a day, and people have many things to do, so I don't expect anything. All right, I don't expect a thing from anybody, but I think it's a very interesting experiment to see if we can get a little support. You think so? Ooh, okay. Let's see. I'm gonna message Floyd Strickland, who I admire so freaking much. I can't tell you how much. It's just like, You know, when you like see a Van Gogh or something, that's how I feel about him. You know what I mean? It's just okay. Okay, we'll just see. I said, Floyd, I'm working in oils now, and I'm curious if you have any guidance on making brush strokes disappear. I mean, like, I think he's probably the person to go to about this. Him or Megan. Megan has a very different style, though. Maybe, and honestly, maybe I'm just not putting enough. Thank you, Jasmine. Maybe I'm just not putting enough paint on the canvas. But you see this part here? It's a little choppy. I want it to be clean, at least in the like hat halo section that we've got going on there. And I mean, eventually I want to be able to make very clear, smooth transitions in skin. And maybe there's a tip or technique or something that can help us guide us to this answer. And I'm going to send them a picture and be like, because, you know, why not? Oh, he just opened it. Oh my gosh. I don't know if he'll say anything. He might be like, screw you. I don't know you. I don't know what he might feel or think, but I'm just really curious because I'm a big fan. Okay. He opened it though. I'm fangirling. I'm fangirling so hard. You were making tea. I messaged Floyd and he messaged back. I love him. Okay. I I admire him so greatly. He's just like especially artists who are willing to help other artists they're my jam. They're my thing. Are you using any mediums? Solvent free. Gel medium. I'm really happy. Does it dry fast? Um, I'm used to acrylics, so everything is slow. Everything is slow. I don't think it dries fast. Moderately fast. Oh, okay. I'm really hot right now because I'm having a good time. Isn't that so freaking cool? He said I'd probably switch that medium out for linseed oil. Ooh, okay. And he said to use a soft brush to blend. Oh my god. I just told him you have no idea how much this means to me. Oh my god. I'm not gonna cry. It's just like so cool. Oh my gosh. Woo! He said no problem, hit me up whenever. Oh my gosh. Ah! Okay. Oh my gosh, it works. Okay. Okay. I'm so hot right now. Is that artist supporting artists is the best thing on the planet. I hands down love it. Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. Uh, I will love him forever anyways, even if he hadn't have said anything to me. But we live in a time where there are mini Van Goghs all over the place, like little Frida Kahlos, like little, you know what I mean? Like all these people who are magnificent, intellectual human beings, and we have access, direct access to them. And all you have to do is message them or send them a letter, you know? I'm, ah! I'm so happy. I'm giddy. I'm literally giddy. Um, it might be a little bit of the coffee, it might be a little bit of the, I don't know, fangirling, but this is like, I'm so happy. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm so happy. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a makeup brush. We're ruining a makeup brush for this, okay? I feel like makeup brushes are probably honestly cheaper than regular art brushes anyways. I'm gonna go grab one. And do I have linseed oil? Is that what this is? What is this? Cleaning solution? Oh, hold on. We have linseed oil! We have the exact thing! Slows the drying. So it sounds like you need it to slow drying so that the oil can like settle. Oh, okay. Let me go get that brush. They're probably not clean. They're not clean. It's okay. I haven't worn makeup in like a year? 2 years? Mm. All praise to the Most High. Thank you, God. Thank you, universe. Whatever you want to call God. Whatever your beliefs are. I'm so grateful. Okay, so now we have little makeup brushes. Still freaking out just a little bit. So Floyd, if you ever see this video, no you didn't. And no you didn't. Okay, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I'm such a fan. It's okay. It's actually not embarrassing. I think that being someone's fan is like a high honor, and being accepted as one is too. So, I'm just plucking some of these brush hairs out that are like falling out anyway. These are from Ulta, all of these hair brushes or makeup brushes. I was really big into wearing makeup when I was a teacher. I don't know why. I think it's because I look like a child, you know? And so I didn't want to be mistaken as one at work. Which, fun fact, by the way, I was multiple times. Teachers thought I was a child and I got yelled at to go to class and stuff. It's great. Why would you ever yell at a kid anyways to go to class? But okay. I'm gonna shut up now. Let's get into it. Okay. I'm gonna take this robe off because I'm burning hot. Like, absolutely burning right now. Scalding. So, we have our linseed oil. I don't know how to use it. Improves flow, the gloss, transparency, clean with water. Oh my gosh, it opens like a cough syrup bottle. And I think I should probably wash my brushes. This is what, ooh, it stinks. It stinks. I'm not gonna play with the linseed oil today, but now we know how to get that really smooth background. So I think we'll just leave what we have here. I want to touch it. We'll leave what we have there, whatever. And then I'll wash my makeup brushes tonight so that we don't get them, because look at how pink it is. Like it's very pink. And I think that will probably irritate the colors we're using. And there's glitter in there. We don't need glitter in the painting. Glitter is the herpes of crafts. We don't need to get that into the garden of 1,000 faces. I'm excited. I'm giddy. Absolutely giddy. Alright, friends. Now we know this stuff is probably just really good for practice paintings. I don't know. This is made from safflower oil and alkyd resin. They recommend using safflower oil for cleaning your brushes, and then using Gamsol and soap and water at the end. These are like little technical things that I don't really have a very good understanding of yet, but I am learning. So good. I'm glad we got another thing to be aware of. Let's see what we can do here now that we've done all of our excitement for the moment. See, that's the thing. When you mix white into colors, it just seems like, and you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but everything's muddy. The white makes it muddy. Like, that looks muddy. And it didn't look like that before we edited it, but I'm gonna the artist I wrote out somehow makes every cold pop and it's incredible. Who is it? Drop it in the comment. Yeah, and if you guys ever like drop your favorite artists, I always want to know who they are. Want to see like what kinds of things people are making and like what drives people's creative energies. Ugh, I'm so happy. Okay, and then another one of my goals for this year is to paint, like purposefully paint more people who are have more melanin. That's I guess the wording. I want to paint more melanin into the garden. I want to paint more melanin, period. I love painting people and I want to honor them. And part of that is like purposefully making sure that our project includes people of color, like a lot of people of color, not just a couple, not just a token few. You know what I mean? Like making it not only a cool project, but something that's highly accessible to somebody for them, anyone to see themselves. And there's so many spaces where people with fairer tones or, whatever. This includes people who are have albinism, it's not necessarily about the color of your skin, but the identities that you hold. So if you know people who you want to have painted and you think they should be, tell them about the project. But that doesn't exclude people who are Caucasian. It doesn't. It's just like being very mindful of the narratives that we are creating in our artwork. That is it. And I have a solo gallery. We have our first solo gallery show coming, and it'll be in April. Silver Francis Art. Let me look them up. In April until it's like early April to early May. So we're going to do a lot of reflection on the Garden of a Thousand Faces and look at who has been included, who hasn't been. And another thing, remember, like how much melanin is in your skin doesn't necessarily correlate to whether or not you and the people who you come from and identify with are represented in art, right? So, but the stories are important, people are important. The stories that you decide to share with people about who you are and where you come from are important. And certain stories haven't been brought to the forefronts of society in certain ways. So it's a really complicated kind of conversation to talk about, but we have to have them. Oh, sweet. I followed them. Do they do oil paintings? Silver Francis. So, Willangaroo shared this artist, Silver Francis. Don't mind the dog hair on everything, but that's really beautiful. It looks like they must get like mentally lost in their pieces, like it's meditative. Okay, we're on a roll. Okay, we're doing it. Thank you for sharing. I followed their account. I don't know. I feel like fangirling, whatever terminology you want to use, admiring people for their acts is a very high form of praise. That's not what I wanted there. No, that was a great mark. Yes. That was a great mark. I love it. We need to kind of push this side of the face back a little bit more and pull this one forward. And right now it's not quite there. Maybe the idea is that we just have to push all the values more towards a little bit darker in order to make her teeth stand out in the end. I shouldn't be afraid to go dark is the thought process here, right? Because it's all relative. And we just need to play more. Ooh, I like that. I like that color. I think that was the good. I think that was the breakthrough thought that we really needed. We can go darker without getting in that like muddy zone. I really struggled with the last painting that we did because I didn't want it to go so chalky. If that, like the titanium white, when you mix it in, it feels more like a chalky color. I need to learn how to mix skin tones better. And part of that is being comfortable with going a bit darker in some areas in order to allow for the other pigments that we're using to really come through and not be muddy. We're not going to spend too much time on this one tonight yet. I think it is a wise decision to walk away for a minute, you know, take a night, breathe, and come back to it in the morning with fresh eyes and clear thoughts and a clean paintbrush that we can fuss up with a little linseed oil. Some new approaches. I'm probably going to find some more artists online who I can watch, you know, and like study. I struggle with painting space, negative space. I struggle with negative space when painting with acrylics. How? Acrylics you can quickly like go back over. And if you watch when I paint with acrylics, like typically, here I'll just pick this one up for an example really quick for you. And if everyone on TikTok is confused, it's because there's comments coming in from YouTube live. But like here, this whole part of her face was way out here and I pushed it in, you know? Is that what you mean or something else? Or do you mean like filling in background spaces and stuff? Because it does, you know, it's a painting. It doesn't have to look like a picture. In fact, I value paintings more personally that don't look like the picture, they take on like a whole personality of their own. Those are the ones that I feel the most accomplished with. And maybe I need to see what you're talking about. I'm very visual. I'm just like cutting into some of that hair here with the same color I used for her shadows to paint less while keeping colors vibrant without just adding more layers. Oh, shade. When you paint, are you, with acrylics, are you adding another medium to your pigments so that you can use them in profound ways? I see. Usually I have it by me, but there's like fluid mixing mediums you can use, or honestly, I just put water, a bunch of water, and you can make washes and like it'll. And maybe another idea is looking into your color theory and seeing uh how you're mixing colors, because if you're not doing cross combination with like a high contrast, you're gonna have a different effect. I love adding water to my acrylic paint. It just makes it flow so much better for me. And you can layer, like, you can put as many layers as you want without really losing the layer underneath it if you're using a wash. So I would always recommend getting that, mixing it down and using it as a different consistency. Okay, let's see. We can really get this shot here. And I like it. I know there's a lot still to do, but I think it's a good stopping spot. Like, if we wanted to, we could like call it a day and sign it and be happy. Like, I wouldn't be mad at that. Even though the shirt's not done and even though we didn't paint anything in, and maybe the only thing I would want is like to finish that arm, really. So let's just do that really quick just in case something happens and then we forget to come back to it tomorrow. It'll at least have a finishing feel to it. But I don't want to overwork the piece. And I don't feel like I have the strength at this moment to figure this part out. The mental capacity, that's the word. Because here, we're gonna have, you see the coloring? So different. So whatever, that's why I stopped painting down here for the purple, that like the darkest value on her shirt. Because if you look at the original, for anyone who can't see, it's very fuzzy with the yellows. And maybe once we add linseed oil and use a makeup brush, it'll be easy peasy. But for right now, that's not the case. Okay, so let's just clean this up here. Linseed oil. And she actually has a very dainty arm. Like, it's not quite as big compared to her face. But I'm not fighting it. Like, we're not gonna go to battle over that right now. We could, maybe. That kind of worked. Hold on. It's better. Oh, better. A wee bit better. And her arm is gone. See, I told you I didn't want to overwork it. Alright, let's dive into some of this ochre. And a little lighter here. See? There's just so much variation in all skin, and so one spot compared to the next isn't gonna match. Okay. We're doing it. It's happening. Oh, I just mixed a color I kind of think might be perfect. Let's just check. It might be perfect. She looks so beautiful. Also, and I confide in y'all because you hang out with me and we're doing this project together. You know, as much as I'm doing it, you're doing it. You're here. Even if you're sleeping, I don't know what you're up to, but I confide in you. So, I'm curious, should we stop doing all acrylic? Should I sell all my acrylic paint and give it away or whatever? Get rid of it or bury it in a ditch? I don't know. Um, you know what I mean? Or because I'm already very comfortable with it, continue using it in the garden. The only thing is, like, I know what acrylic paint is and it hurts me. It's not a good thing. It's disgusting. And if you're confused about that, it's the plastic that freaks me out. You know? Because we could do this whole project in oil or gouache, or I even took a really cool egg tempera glass. Have you ever heard of it? Tempera paint, like the traditional one. Kale said you could finish using what you have so you know it's being used correctly and not buy more. I'm afraid if you donated it, it will be disposed of improperly. I think you're correct. Not everyone knows that paint water shouldn't be put down the drain. And Will also said, I think that you should use what you have left because it is better on a canvas than in the trash or somewhere where it won't be used fully or appropriately, right? Okay, maybe you're right. Plus, we have a disgusting amount of acrylic paint. I probably spent like $600 or $700 just on acrylic paint. Easily. And that was just in the past 2 years. We're gonna have to do a lot more advocacy. That I think that's what we have to do. If we're gonna use it, we're gonna have to also do a lot more advocacy and talk openly and candidly and frequently about the woes of using toxins and what kinds of toxins and how plastic is like creating forever chemicals and stuff, that type of thing, and be very like orderly about how we dispose of that. Because I don't know, it's a strong thing. And I wouldn't care so much, if plastic wasn't involved. Not to that extent, but we know microplastics are a rising concern for all humans, all beings everywhere, not just humans, whales, like everyone. And we're also finding microplastics in like breast milk of women and in utero. So babies are being born and developing with plastic that leaches toxins that leads to issues with brain development and issues with health overall. Like I don't like where we're headed. And it's really unfortunate that as humans, we produce so much of things that are harming every other creature on the planet. And that so many people don't know about it. Like we just aren't aware. So I can't vilify anybody other than the people who create the paint, right? Other than the people who create the paint, because they know. And they have known for a while. But like we can't vilify each other because we're not all knowing beings, right? And even if we do know stuff like toxins and whatnot, sometimes we're poor. Acrylic paint is so cheap. It's so much easier and so much more accessible than mediums like watercolor is really expensive, to be honest, or like oil painting. And I don't want to be the type of person who judges other people based on that. So we'll just have to do the good work ourselves, But I really value your input and your thoughts around these things and talking to me about it because, like we can make these choices alone, but we don't have to. We can sit here and mull over them together. And I think that in itself helps too, because I'm sure some of us haven't thought fully about about these things until we start having the conversations. I'm gonna wash my brush off in the Gamsol for the night. It is 9:52. We've been at it since about 5:30. So we got a good few hours of painting in today, and it's a nice start. I don't feel like this painting is complete. I may post it anyways as though it's complete just because we have a video and I haven't posted any content in a while of the garden. So give the people what they want. But I'm thinking that tomorrow morning we'll finish working on this and get some more final detail, smooth out some things, and play with a little linseed oil, see what that does. But if this is what it is, I'm happy. I'm happy. So I hope you enjoyed our little session today. I hope you enjoyed talking and getting to know me better and maybe each other. And we'll continue working together, coming on the live streams, hanging out, setting it up, doing the whole thing. I really want to have more of like a strict schedule for myself, you know, because I get anxiety about schedules because I have chronic lateness embedded in my code. I don't know. But I think this is a year to break that and to show myself more respect by being on time and making time so that I get things done and a year doesn't pass again where I've only done 20 portraits. And that's something that happened last year, and I was really beating myself up about it. But you know what? I maybe only did about 20 portraits, but I did over, I'd say probably like 45 or something, like live events. So you know, maybe 50. I don't know. I wrote it down. But, you know, where we put our energy is important, and how we like schedule that is important. Um, so we'll figure out more of like a tighter schedule and get on that so that it's productive and we don't miss a whole week of painting because we only have 52 weeks in a year. And even though it may sound kind of like a large number, it's gonna go quick. You know, it's gonna go so quick. And by the time we look up, a year's gonna have passed and we're gonna be like, what happened? How did this happen? Where is Gigi? We haven't seen her paint in a long time. Nah, we're not doing that. It's not happening this year like that. We're gonna be more involved with each other. I'm gonna be a lot more open and with you in the process. Uh, and I'll be really like thinking about your feedback and including you in this project as much as I humanly possibly can, you know, because it's not for me. This project is not for me. The skills are for me, but like this project is for us. So thank you so much for being a part of it. And I can't wait to see you again tomorrow when we go live. I think I'm gonna go live when I wake up so that way we can complete this project, get this one completed to a point where we're really happy with it. And then we'll move on to the next one and we'll keep jamming along. This was portrait number 187. And I just want to document as much knowledge as I have as well. And her name is Latasha. So Latasha, she lives in Denver, Colorado, and is also an artist. So I'm just gonna show it. This is her Instagram page, jitterbug_art. So this is the person, the beautiful model we have today, who we're painting, and she lives in Colorado in the United States. So isn't that cool? We're like, it's real people celebrating real people, and I just love it. So thank you so much for being a part of this journey today, and I hope to see you guys again real soon.